Going live on the stream.
I love it when I go get blood or whatever. I have to get blood tests, and it's like you don't even hardly feel it.
Last time I donated plasma,
favorite nurses.
It was bad. That's several years ago.
Speaking of blood, whose character's dying today? I'm just kidding. So what do we want to do? Got a few minutes before we start. Anybody have any special plans they want to do, or anything they want to anything they want to RP out, or?
Well, I know there's one thing that we still have to roll out.
What's that?
Missing facial hair.
It's missing facial hair.
Oh
yeah.
I shaved.
I did shave. Wait,
yes,
what?
You did.
Was I not supposed to shave? I'm sorry.
No, you said you shaved. Nobody made any mention of it, and then all of a sudden it was like all of us went, "Oh crap, he did."
Maybe we'll just like retcon it. Maybe I'll shave for the ball or something.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
Because, I mean, hey, Elora, Enka, we both dressed up to the nines for this. Especially when you go in and you see our lovely outfits that we're wearing.
Is that in a certain channel?
Yeah, RP interactions.
Oh.
Hers is above your Elvis picture. Mine is under it.
Oh, yeah.
Elora, is yours in that color of green, or did you want it to be like blue or purple or something?
No, it was supposed to be green because it was supposed to be elvenish.
Okay. Still waiting for Galibar.
Well, that's a pretty... No, it's just not one yet. That's a pretty... Is that a moth?
Yeah, that's a lunar moth.
Pretty.
Of a sort. I wonder if somebody adjusted the color scheme on it.
No, there are some.
There are some
moths like that. Yeah.
Ooh, pretty. I love that color purple.
Like a mixture between a violet and a lilac or something.
Mm-hmm. It's just a hint of that light purple. It's almost lavender color.
Thinking about booking a trip to the Virgin Islands for a week or so. Although I might as well book 2 weeks for the price it takes to get there. You'd be surprised how cheap it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, right now, I don't doubt it.
Well, just in general, but yeah. You can get there.
Who's going to do family stuff next weekend? It's Easter next weekend.
I don't know.
I mean, I'll probably be back on Sunday, but I'm going to be gone the rest of the weekend. Going home to Mom and Dad's.
We should definitely ask Chris if he's going to be able to make it. Of course, I guess he would tell us. I hadn't made any plans. Nobody's invited me to do anything, so. And all my nieces are basically preteens, so.
Well, I've got a trip to make to the dollar store to go get. It's called like get some stuff to put in the kids'
Yeah.
Easter baskets, and I discovered a thing called Flarp.
Hey,
Noise
Chris.
Buddy.
Hey,
Next week's Easter, you going to be able to make it?
I mean, it's quarantine. There's not exactly a lot of things we can do on Easter, so I should be able to.
I just figured I'd ask.
Sometime, but
Even if there is a family event, I'm not going. It's freaking COVID.
well, that's the nice thing though, is that everybody in my family, except for my husband and my brother-in-law, have been vaccinated. So
Yeah, Pete, I heard you mentioning that you had gotten your vaccine this week. I got my first shot on Wednesday. So I've kind of felt a little sore in the arm Wednesday night and a little crummy on Wednesday evening. But when I woke up on Thursday, I was fine.
yeah.
Did you get the
haven't had any
Moderna or the Pfizer?
I had the Moderna.
See,
So
was
I go
That's
back
the one
in 4 weeks.
I could have get the Pfizer, but I didn't want to drive extra far to get it, so I just said, forget it. I'm just going to get the closest one, and they're offering the Moderna. So
Yeah, that's the same thing I did.
and the
I just
research
went
is
with-
like the research is so close on those two. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. The only difference, considerable difference, was the was it symptomatic
symptomatic, yeah.
and it's
Asymptomatic,
like
yeah.
but who cares about that, right? Really?
Hello, Skyland. Thanks for joining us on the stream.
Yay! Hello.
Yeah. What's really weird? I have a neighbor who, neighbor and his wife. They live a few houses down. They're both in their late 60s, early 70s. And of course, he smokes on top of everything else. And they are motorcycle riders. So earlier this month, they went over to Daytona to the bike week.
Mm-hmm.
And now he is in the hospital with
Jesus.
apparently double pneumonia and COVID on top of that. It's like,
Jesus Christ.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
god.
a recipe for disaster right
it's
there.
like,
I mean, no offense, but that's just why the
Kinda-
hell would you do that?
Kind of asking for it, you know?
Yeah.
Poor guy.
mm-hmm.
Good
Yeah,
luck
it's
on
like we hope he's doing okay. She talked to him yesterday in the hospital, and he was getting. They had apparently been able to get him up, and they walked him from the bed to the door of his room and back to the bed, which is like the farthest he's walked since he's been in the hospital. And it's like, I know being in the hospital sometimes with stuff, it really takes a lot out of you. But man, that's got to be
Mm-hmm.
pneumonia is bad enough.
Oh.
All right. Well, everyone, good afternoon. We are back after I was under the weather last week and just did not want to subject my players to a subpar session because I was really feeling crummy. So I called an audible and called off the session last week. We are back for a session this week. Oh wow, okay. So it looks like Ivy was able to get back in time.
Yeah.
So I think we have just about everybody on board. We have Ken with Oyohusa. We have Chris with Galibar, Heather as Enka, Ivy as Elora, and Pete as Adamant. And I am your GDDM, DM Gallibond. And we are here for session 90, can you believe it, of the Walker of Waterdeep. And 2 weeks ago, when we left our heroes, they were at something of a banquet. It was a kind of it was a hastily arranged kind of a formal banquet, as it is just out of necessity. Anytime you're dining with the monarch, but now it's kind of celebrating the marriage of the monarch and her wife. Also, a bit of a strategy session where I gotta pull up my notes and remember what her name is. Kyodai and Princess Mashiko were asking the heroes a little bit about what tasks they have yet to do. There was some discussion of how soldiers from Igon Town were going to go scout out the swamp, see if they could pinpoint the location of this Hidetsugu, and sort of at least give some intelligence to the party to make their task a bit easier going there. They also were able to use the resources of the palace to do some research on Ryusei, the falling star, which is the corrupted spirit guardian that they need to go and help to restore. And they found out that, boy howdy, yeah, he really does sound like a dragon because he's got a lot of resistances, several immunities, multiple attacks, and the ability to kind of, under the right circumstances, control his enemies. And sometimes even after they are dead, bring his enemies back under his control, which is all just marvelous, wonderful stuff. So the party needs to kind of make some decisions of how they are going to plan for that particular task that they need to do. Let's see, was there anything else that you guys were wanting to do or ask? It's been 2 weeks and I got really busy and I didn't have time to go back and listen to the end of the session last week like I usually do.
So basically we were this time around we had gone out, was going to go help people were thanking us, and then the bardic side of me went, they're the heroes.
Yeah. That all happened.
Okay, yeah.
That all happened last session. Now there's and this is kind of the evening of that day, or by this time night has fallen, so it's nighttime of that day. You can certainly you, depending on what you guys are thinking you'll want to prepare to before you go and face Ryusei, that may mean you're here in Igon Town for a couple of more days, or if you guys think you are ready to go, it's up to you how quickly you go or how long you stay and what you want to do while you're in town here.
I think we I will suggest to the group after we get done with dinner that maybe we should meet up in somebody's quarters and sit down and talk about what we want to do next.
Okay.
Crickets?
Well, Mochi did say that we need to deal with the dragon before we go after before we go after the big guy?
Yes, he did. Because he said that there were two things that were empowering the Oni of Chaos. One was the war between the Kami, the spirit world, and the material world. Another was the corruption of the spirit guardian. Once you deal with the corruption of the spirit guardian, Mochi understands that you will weaken the power of the Oni of Chaos, because it's like everything is so out of balance. It's allowed that Oni to grow more powerful. The more you put things back in balance, the more you sort of take power away from him, so that they become easier. It will become an easier opponent to defeat.
Definitely something we'll need to sit down and talk about together as a group.
Yeah.
We know where the dragon is, right?
Yes. You know it is. You know that it has a temple where it is based, and as soon as I get the rest of these tools open, I'll go ahead and pull my notes up on that and let you know what the name of that temple is. But yeah, it's up in the mountains. The same mountain range where the Aki have their fortress, but not at that fortress. It's someplace else in that mountain range.
Okay.
So it's basically back to the south on that big map of the plain of Kamigawa, if you all recall.
Okay, so we all gather in somebody's room.
Well, we were basically dismissed, correct?
We haven't officially fully dismissed you guys because we were kind of were shoehorning in some stuff about your research at the end of last session, and I didn't want to have that substitute as, oh, okay, you guys are getting kicked out of the dinner and you're gone.
I think we had just finished dinner and we were like about to retire for drinks or something at some kind of like social parlor. I don't remember. Am I wrong?
It certainly wouldn't be out of character for them to remove to a more kind of a more intimate sort of sitting room area where tea would be served, and there might be some spirits or wine or ale for those that wish to partake.
I mean,
Couldn't we just? Do we have to go to one of our rooms to talk about this? Because couldn't we just talk about it with them and see if they could add anything?
I don't see why not, but
I don't see why we couldn't like.
Yeah, that would be just a matter of whether you guys want them to hear what your plans are or whether you want to keep those private. And again, that's completely up to the party.
Well, and they've also got a lot of. I think if we are retiring to a casual room or for casual drinks or whatever, I might suggest that we first take a moment to discuss amongst us if we want to basically discuss this in front of them, or if we wanted to go do a little bit of socializing and then just retire to one of our rooms to sit and talk about the rest of it, So, and that might even be just on the way, like walking there. Do we want to have a discussion in front of them or do we want to continue?
Yeah, I say we just have formal drinks afterwards and socialize and get to know some people. Maybe we might find out some more information. Who knows?
Okay.
Talk about what we want to do.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so they will go ahead and they will lead you to one of the many sitting rooms in the palace. This one is called the Blue Room because it is primarily the motif is sort of sky blue, and with a very pale blue paint on the walls, kind of a little bit darker azure blue curtains and accents in the room. Most of the furniture are kind of complementary colors that go along with that. There's some white furniture, and there's some light type of golden hued furniture. Some of it is made of wood, but it's polished almost in a way to give it kind of a golden sheen, even though it's clearly wood and not metallic. Then there's a few little tables that have some knickknacks and whatnot on them, and over there's kind of a shelf that has or there's a case that has 3 or 4 shelves of books, and those, mostly from the spines, they look like they're kind of historic books about the history of Igon Town, if you will.
Okay.
And then let me see the okay. Okay. Yes. Untaidake, which is the highest point in the Tendo Peaks. That is where Ryusei can be found at Undaitake, the highest point in the Tendo Peaks.
Okay.
Oyohusa will grab a small glass of wine from one of the waiters, and he'll regally walk over and sit down near the fireplace on one of the social sitting sofas or whatever they're called, and he'll just kind of wait for the rest of the others to gather around.
I will kind of follow suit for the most part. Just grab something to, kind of wash dinner down, I guess, a little bit, and we'll just go kind of get comfortable somewhat and find a chair of some kind to sit down.
Galibar takes out the tankard of plenty that has that creates whiskey, and he's just gonna go do the same. He doesn't drink wine.
Adamant will go stand by the couch.
Ivy. I try to call Ivy over, get her
Yeah,
attention.
Elora will come too.
Elora sounds tired.
Oyo looks up at Enka and says, Miss Yolka, don't you look ravishing tonight?
And Enka will smile lightly and kind of nudge Elora as kind of a little with her elbow, and will say, and you look rather clean shaven and very dashing, especially that dimple in your chin now that we can see it.
Oh my goodness, you noticed, huh?
Well, it's kind of hard not to. We can actually see your whole face now.
It's been some time since I was shaved.
She's kind of like nudging Elora to try to get her reaction on it.
It's definitely a new look. Something I haven't seen much of.
Oh God, Gally. RP break.
No, that's his cheek, not his chin.
Miss Ivy, you clean up very nicely as well.
It's Elora.
I'm sorry, Laura.
Okay,
Yeah.
we got somebody else doing it now.
Gallibond threw me off with its stupid GIF.
Too.
Yeah. So he's like, I like your dress. It's very elegant.
Elora takes her hands and then looks at him, basically bowing down, saying, "You look pretty elegant yourself."
Kind of
Just
strange.
kind of
seeing
smiles and
everybody all
then looks
dressed
at
up.
Enka and then like, what the fuck? And then goes over and goes to Galibar and saying, "Have an extra cup?"
Could you please repeat that? I couldn't understand.
Have an extra cup?
What do you got right in your hand?
I still have the honey mead and the dwarven ale.
Okay, honey mead.
Okay, he'll pass you the tankard of plenty that summons honey mead 3 times.
And if Elora does come back to sit down by then, Enka has actually moved to the other side of the bench, leaving an open space for her to sit next to Oyohusa.
She'll sit.
Galibar looks at Oyo, is like, I don't know why you would shave. Beards are great.
You should lend him your belt, Gallibard.
I'm not sure a dwarven magic item would like being on a elf very much.
My goodness.
It might just
So
turn his face into
feisty.
it might just turn his face into a forest out of spite.
My
Okay.
beard was getting a little bit, how do you say, out of control. But nevertheless, it was a nice dinner, and I thought it would be wise for us to discuss what our next plan is. We should go after Oyohusa, no?
Well, yes, that is the next part of the plan because we have to deal with him before we go deal with was it Hidetsugu? Names here are weird.
Yes, Hidetsugu is the name of the great ogre in the swamp.
Yeah, that was in character. Galibar says names here are weird.
Yes. I do agree, but when you learn after a while how to kind of wrap your tongue around certain consonants and vowels and such.
It's like the names here are super long and complicated.
Well, but they all have their own meaning. It's like in your world or where you've come from, your name, your clan, whatever, you have a name that means something to you. Well, they're just a little bit longer here, but that's in their own language.
I mean,
So
technically, I'm not sure that orcs really care much about meaning behind names. A lot of them just have names that sound cool.
well, what does Gallibond mean then?
Galibar.
Or Galibar. Sorry. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm not like it's not a very orc name, so I'm assuming my mother named me, and she's a dragonborn, so
she never told you what your name means or why she named you that?
I mean, I'm sure she did, but I don't remember.
Strange. Interesting. But, I mean, do you have a last name or is it just Galibar?
It's just Galibar. If orcs have a last name, it tends to be the tribe's name. And my tribe is no more.
Well, you could say that you're part of this tribe, right?
This isn't a tribe.
Why not?
Because a tribe tends to be like 20 or more people.
Well, that's not exactly true, but okay.
I mean, I would hope that, I don't know. It seems a little. Isn't kind of a tribe supposed to be somewhat like family?
Some cases.
Okay. And in other cases?
Well, some are just a group of warriors who band together for survival.
Well, isn't that kind of what we've done?
We're a lot smaller, but I guess.
Mightier? Smaller, but mightier?
It really depends. There are some really strong orc tribes out there.
Well, we're not comparing ourselves to other orc tribes. We're comparing ourselves to. She kind of looks over at Oyohusa as if, like, help me out here. How do you explain this?
A tribe isn't just another way of saying family.
Yeah.
I'm sure for elves it is.
Oh, it could be for anybody. I mean, you can. A tribe is a group of people that have, for the most part, I would say, a common goal, a common way of thinking, and just they live together, they help each other, they survive, and that's just kind of one of those things that sometimes you have to deal with certain things along the way that may not be the most pleasant, but in the end, you guys all, you all still stick together. You do things together as a group of friends, a family.
Indeed.
Most orc tribes are together for the sole purpose of destruction. The orc god, I don't believe my tribe worships them, but the orc god is all about destruction, pillaging, and other vile things. So most of them are not really considered family as much as just a gathering.
Well, then would you consider us as a form of a tribe or a family? You don't always have to go by what orcs rule as or how they look at things.
Indeed, I think of Adamant as a brother, as you as a brother, and the Enka and Ivy as sisters.
Kind of gives, at this point in time, she kind of elbows Elora. Like,
I'll roll her eyes and she'll just drink her drink, ignoring it.
We are a family. And to me, that is all that matters. With that being said, we need to prepare for this fight with this dragon. Adamant. We've done some research, me and Enka, on the dragons, and we have some useful information to share with you, but perhaps you know a spell or something that would aid us in combating such a powerful being.
Well, I would have to dig into what I am able to cast. Hopefully pick the right spells. Let's see. Right now, I've got my usual set, but apparently he has an immunity to fire. So I don't think my fire spells are going to work for him. But I can't switch those out. What I can do is I have elemental weapon, which but we would have to cast it on not a magical weapon for it to work.
Is there something that we can do to prepare against? How should I say? While researching dragons, it is my knowledge that fear is something quite powerful and needs to be dealt with, so one does not lose their wits in the midst of combat.
Well,
Perhaps we should share what we learned in the library so that we're all on kind of, as how is it they say, the same page. So we all understand again what it is that we're going to be facing as a group.
yes. Probably a good idea.
She kind of looks over at Oyohusa like, do you want to start?
Oyo's slightly distracted. He's looking at Ivy.
Hmm.
Yes.
Elora.
I'm sorry, Elora. Damn it.
God damn. Okay, so it's you this time that's doing it.
You wouldn't. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Dragons' properties. Well, apparently Ryusei has quite an extensive list of abilities and resistances.
Yeah.
While he's in contact with stone, he has resistance to everything but psychic and radiant damage. He has a frightful presence. So that is the fear in which I'm speaking of. His breath is fire.
Yes. Shoot, where's my note?
And apparently also does necrotic damage.
Let's see here.
What do you have on your notes, Enka?
Enka's trying to find her notes. Out of character.
Session notes.
Thank you. Aha. See here. So she kind of thinks about some of the stuff that she researched. Okay, so and that they had discussed ahead of time. Living in a mountain in contact with stone. Okay, has the resistance. We talked about that. I guess the question then first is with resistance, when it's in contact with this stone, it has resistance to psychic damage and radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
How would we combat something like that? First of all, would we want them to leave the rock, the mountain, fly? Or is there something that can be done to damage the... Excuse me? Sorry, my cat's being a pain. Is there something that we can do to combat that or counteract those particular issues? I guess the way I want to break it down a little bit so we can all kind of figure out where our strengths are ahead of time in dealing with these.
We definitely do not want to fight him on his own turf. That would be suicidal, I think. We have to draw them out somehow. I'm not sure. But he does have a weakness with water, so Elora should be able to help with that. And if we can get him to a body of water, that might be beneficial as well, obviously.
All right. Well, he's has issues with water. We can draw him out well. And out of character real quick again, he's in a swamp. Yes?
No, mountain.
Mountain.
He's back where near the Aki.
Okay. Where'd the swamp come in then?
That's where the ogre is. The ogre that you need to fight after you cleanse the guardian.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I can.
Do we have a map? Is there a body of water close to the mountain, or?
Let me pull the map up for you guys for reference. Let's go.
And then Enka's kind of like, I do apologize. This is kind of a first for me, so.
Okay, let's go bring this down a little bit. Undaitake is this really tall peak here.
Oop, hang on.
In the mountains, that's where you're headed.
Can you
I'll ping it.
Get on it again.
Yep, right there. That's Undaitake. That is where the thing was. And your friends, the Aki, I believe, were they at 19? I think they're at area 19 there.
Okay.
No. 21. Wherever 21 is.
Yeah, right over here.
Yeah. They were there. Okay, so you're not as close to the Aki. You're kind of on the other end of the mountain range from where the Aki were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is probably fortunate for them because they're not having to deal with.
We are currently.
You guys are currently at area 10 in the middle of the map.
So to go from here to there isn't as hard as going back to the Aki and going from there to 17.
No. And now that the Kami War is over, they can, the humans can begin to send out patrols and start organizing things to deal with the bandit issues and some of the other marauding things, and hopefully that'll reduce the, kind of wandering random encounters that you all were running into before.
Okay. So, but she was basically like, I again, I apologize. This is kind of the first time that I've ever seriously had to plan for something like this. I mean, granted, I've been all over the place with Tamio, but we never went up against anything like this. Never had to plan for anything like this.
Well, I will be relegated back to utility order.
To what?
Utility spells.
Okay.
Most of my damage spells are fire-based.
Okay.
Another very important thing that they should mention, it's quite dreadful really, is that if he breathes on you and you die, you will be risen as an undead / elemental an hour later.
So what you're saying is that if one of us is breathed on and we die, we better have one of our friends cut her head off, I guess? How do you deal with that?
It's not exactly my area of expertise, and I look at Adamant.
Well, there is a spell I can pick up, but I can only affect one person.
What is the spell?
I can cast Death Ward.
Okay. So I guess the question would be then, who would be the closest, or who would be the one that would probably be around? I mean, I know that things can change always in battle at a moment's notice, but who would most likely be the one that's around the breathing part of the dragon, so to speak, the most?
Most
Probably
likely.
me, to be sadly honest.
Well,
And me.
Yes,
Yeah.
and myself, because it's what I do.
But you can't be, because of you being a construct, you can't be a
The
metal
jury
man.
is-
You can't be
The
risen.
jury is out on that. I can still be poisoned. It's rare, but it can happen.
It is important to mention that Ryusei is immune to being charmed, poisoned, stunned, petrified, prone, paralyzed, frightened, and incapacitated. So I feel that I will be very almost useless in this fight unless I get quite creative.
Well, then this is where we come up with our creativeness. We need to figure out which ones of us have things to go against him that would be useful, that would be effective. Because if we kind of run into this, go ahead. Half blind, we're gonna be, if it's, I guess what I'm looking at is, I want to know if I'm going to be backing up with giving inspiration and throwing other things around. Who do I support when?
Well, I think you'll have to take that at a case-by-case basis.
You guys are having this discussion in the sitting room
Yeah.
along with your
Yeah.
hosts, right?
Yes.
Okay. Princess Mashiko is kind of listening to your conversation, and she's sort of sitting there doing that thing where she's just sort of turning her wine glass in her hand. And after a few minutes, Coyote puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "Darling, what's wrong?" And Princess Mashiko looks at her and smiles and looks up at you all and says, "I have not yet done a full inventory. After all, it's only been a day, but I should ask the sages to look at the royal repository and see if there are any magic items that we may have, or if our wizards can help you create any sort of magic items that might be helpful. You say the susceptibilities of this guardian are psychic and radiant?"
That's what it would seem.
Well then, what magical items do you all have that deal psychic and radiant damage?
Oh, I deal radiant damage as a standard procedure, but he looks around. Does anybody have anything that does free damage, weapon-wise?
I just have this big axe. Is the dragon undead?
The dragon is not undead.
So yeah, it's just this axe.
All of a
I
sudden.
unfortunately do not possess any weapon that
Hmm.
or capabilities that does as you say.
Well, then perhaps we will have
God
to look
damn it.
and see
Sorry.
what. Perhaps we will have to look and see what we can find. If you have any suggestions, I will let you talk to our sages tonight if you need to, and they can be looking while you rest. Or if you prefer, you can talk with them in the morning.
Well, given time and materials, I can create things.
Well, you have helped to rescue our kingdom, so you should consider the resources of our magical laboratories at your service. Time, of course, is something we cannot do anything about, but if the resources are here, we can certainly assist.
We would be most grateful for any assistance that you could provide us, Your Majesty.
And she nods her head. And let's see, so...
Elora.
Huh?
Oyo smiles at you and he asks, what do you think that you could bring to the table of combat against this foe? What are your capabilities?
Or looks dead at Oyo and gives him that dead look, are you serious? Well, if you like, I could flood this whole room right now. But I don't think the princes and the queens would enjoy that very much.
Yes.
Holy beam of light.
I know you can. You have some control over water, but I was meaning what extension beyond that? What other magical things are you able to do? I guess what I'm asking is, what fields of magic?
Nora huffs and says, well, I'm not a genie, She starts counting her ahead, trying to figure out what spells she has and what fields she has.
The only
She has
thing
a
I
lot.
have,
I don't even know this off the top of my head.
she kind of
Evocation, transmutation, conjuration. Let's just say all of them.
mockery.
Let's just say all.
Are you able to do radiant damage?
She looks at Oya again. Have you not been paying attention to what I said? My moonbeam? Come on.
I am merely just taking a summary of our capabilities, and then I will devise a tactical plan.
My vicious mockery can do a little bit of psychic damage, but it's minimal compared to other things, I'm sure. But it's always worth a try. As long as he's not touching stone. I mean, I'd have to come up with some really good insults.
Enka, don't you worry. I'll teach you the few. Or we'll go through the things that you know, and we'll know.
that would work. I think it's.
Hmm.
I think the more distracted they can be, the better.
Oh yeah,
for
gets a kind of
us.
a serious look on his face, and he kind of goes deep in thought. In a few moments, he says, "We are limited in our capabilities. We have some ability to cast water magic, radiant, and a little bit of psychic. And I am able to do none of those. I'm a master of the body and mind. Not particularly magic. We might need some help."
Can anybody create water?
I could take a spell to control it.
You also get access to create and destroy water as a cleric.
Well, I can't create it, but I can make more of it. Flora kind of makes Neil tiny smile. Tidal wave and no, I can't control water. Never mind, I lied.
Perhaps it would be wise for me to stay at a distance and use a bow and arrow. Your Majesty. Now he looks over.
Yes.
Could you have your sages look to see if they have any dragon slaying arrows in their armory? I think if by chance we are lucky enough to have access to those, they would serve me well.
Oh, certainly. We can have them.
Oh.
Look.
Oh. Sorry. Because Enka's like, what else do I know? Oh, hey, I know another way of distracting that might cause some psychic damage. It's dissonant whispers. It's a good way of distracting. And it does do some psychic damage. It's a little better than vicious mockery.
Enka, would anyone from the academy assist us? Perhaps they could lend us powerful magic items or scrolls or anything really that
I
would
would
be
have
of
to go
use.
back and ask. I would have to do a little bit of digging amongst the people to see what people are willing to part with.
Well, you guys may not need to travel since you have met several people there within the party. I think you have the ability to do sending. So you could contact some people and save a little time that way in travel.
Okay. I don't know how to do sending to someone else.
I
think we, yeah.
Which reminds me, Gally, I need to do a sending as it is.
Okay.
To our boss in Waterdeep. I've had it typed up for. So here it is.
Okay.
Okay. So.
And I will roll that percentile to see if it makes it through. Yay! That was close. That was close.
Yeah, not as close as it might be, but it was in double digits, so. Oh. Okay. Let me see. I just wanted to clarify something with you, Pete. Okay. All right. I'll think of what her response is to you. So yes, they will actually send for a page who will come and take a message to the sages to get them to start looking through the vault this evening for items that deal radiant psychic damage and dragon slaying arrows.
So, yes. So for a while, I'll be in lost in thought as I kind of go back and review some of the spells that I have, just to make sure I'm not missing something.
I'm sorry. What did you say about dragon arrows? What?
They're checking to see if they have them.
Oh, yeah.
I do know how to craft a sunblade. It takes quite a long. I don't think it's feasible.
If they have one, we could borrow it to fight the dragon.
Craft a what?
A sunblade.
What's that?
Well, you see, it's basically a hilt that radiant energy flows from as a blade,
Okay.
and it deals radiant damage. But
Interesting.
it'll take me nearly a year to craft one.
Oh, yeah, we don't have that much time.
If they just happen to have one here, we could borrow it though.
Oyo
They don't
kind
know what
of
magic items they have.
Oyo smirks at Edmund's comment, and he thinks, "Oh man, that's why I love him." Fucking year. Okay.
Bring it up. Okay.
I can work more than 8 hours a day and cut that in half, but that is still 100 days. I don't think we have that much time.
No.
No, Adamant, we do not. I think I've devised a good battle plan.
Oh.
Yes. We shall have Galibar in the front. Adamant mid-ranged to back him up. And we three will be at long range, providing assistance with damage and support spells.
Okay. You think that'll work? I mean,
Well, let's be honest.
Out of character, we learned the dragon can teleport.
If he's in contact with stone.
Mm-hmm. When he's touching stone, he can basically use that stone to teleport. It's similar to the Earth Glide spell or the Earth Glide feature of a Earth Elemental, but it's actually a teleportation, so it's an instantaneous movement instead of using the movement to travel through the stone.
Only you had Sentinel.
Sentinel doesn't stop teleporting. That's Mage Slayer. So should we go and I guess we have to see if we'll actually be able to damage it very well. We have to wait till see what magic items they have.
Well, I have ways to deal radiant damage. That doesn't count for the rest.
Yeah, you're the only one that can do radiant damage.
Yes.
Wrong.
Oh, Laura can do it too.
Moonbeam.
Yeah.
Yeah, upcasting moonbeam. If there's a way that you guys can think of to basically get him to one particular point, so you can sort of keep him still, then that would definitely be helpful, because I think the moonbeam, doesn't that only go like 20 feet per round, or is it does it move? Am I thinking of something else? I'm thinking of maybe I'm thinking of spiritual weapon that only
40
moves
foot
20 feet.
high, but it can move 60 feet in any direction.
Okay, yeah, I was confusing it with spiritual weapon. My bad.
If we get him outside of his lair, that's more movement he can do, but it means that we're doing more damage if we can actually hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, we're in the damn mountains. So getting him away from stone entirely will be quite the feat.
And Mashiko says, well, autumn is coming. In the Tendo Peaks, it already will have snowed. Now, it's true he has fire breath, but there will be snowpack in a lot of that area. So, if he has to be in contact with stone, if you can get him onto patches of snow to fight him.
You are as beautiful as you are observant, Majesty.
And she smiles at you, and Coyote sort of gives you a look, and it's kind of okay. Yeah. Okay. No, you need insight for this, not perception. So go ahead and roll me an insight check, please. Anybody that wants to.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
with the way I've been studying, he's definitely paying attention.
Oh wow. Yeah, he is. Wow. Okay. No, not perception. Insight, Enka.
Oh, sorry. Shows you how much I'm paying attention.
What is Ivy? I mean, what is Elora doing?
Laura's probably distracted by Oyo. Okay. All right. Yeah. Everybody except for Elora reads that there's a look of jealousy in the look of a jealous spouse. We'll say that in the eyes of Coyote when she looks at Oyohusa. She's not jealous that he's calling the princess lovely. She's like, hey, she's mine. Back down. It's kind of that look that she's giving.
Oyo follows up with, I do not know why I overlook that important detail. There might be hope for this fight yet.
And then the princess looks up at Coyote, and she sees sort of the look on Coyote's face, and she takes her hand and she sort of kisses her hand, and then Coyote kind of looks down at her like, oh, okay, all right. Now she seems mollified.
Well, I imagine we've spent it's safe to say we probably spent several hours just sitting here in our little war council.
Definitely. You guys have come up with a few ideas, and you've gotten them starting to look at different things. And there are there's some sendings. What is sending, Pete? Is that 3rd level?
Yes, it is 3rd level.
So clearly Adamant has several 3rd level spell slots, and I owe you a response from Lady Silverhand, so let me go ahead and do that. I'll let you guys talk, and I'll go ahead and work on a response to that sending.
Yeah.
Enka, on a non-side question, not relevant to our current worries,
Mm-hmm.
have you got a chance to use that kettle that I bought you?
No, but I'm hoping to soon. Hang on just a sec. No, I haven't actually. Just haven't found the right time or actually much time to sit down and do it proper justice.
He looks over at Elora. Elora, have you used your tea set that I bought you, or perhaps produced and made a tea as I instructed?
Elora kind of looks up at her drink that she was slowly drinking, paying attention to the whole time. She missed the whole conversation. She was like, tea, no, not yet. I want to keep it clean.
Well, then maybe later on this evening we can, if we were to retire and do some more planning or something like that, we could look at possibly pulling those out and utilizing them.
Indeed, I find myself in need of my evening tea and meditation. I have much to think of. I find myself somewhat distracted today.
And Enka kind of makes a little bit of a straight face. Got to keep a straight face. Look about her. Oh, what were you distracted by? Other than, being considered a hero and
I'm not quite sure. Something has been bothering me and I can't place it. But then again, there has been so much laid upon us. There's much on my mind. And I need to sift through my thoughts and compartmentalize the issues of our current situation.
Probably best to do some meditation.
I am in need of some relief, as you could say.
Sorry. Well, yes, you seem like you're rather stressed, and it probably would be best to have some time to yourself, so to speak, to be able to decide,
Yes, I know.
feelings and everything that's been going on.
Due to our recent schedule, I have not been keeping up with my morning exercises and the rigorous detail in which I am normally accustomed to. Perhaps that is why my body and mind feel shaken. Perhaps I will see the royal masseuse. Maybe that will help.
That's probably a good idea. Meanwhile, her brain is like flying in different directions, going, so Laura, can she do a massage? I don't know. I don't know what She goes, well, unfortunately, I would offer, but I'm not very good at those kind of things. Maybe Elora is. Elora, do you know how to do like healing massage or something?
Laura thinks for a moment and turns and says, well, I know some massages, but I don't think it's the one that he's looking for.
Oh?
Do y'all say this out loud?
Yeah. You know, there are no secrets amongst us.
Welcome to girls.
Oyo has a conflicted look on his face, like, what in the hell are they talking about? No. It's fine. I do not wish to burden anyone. I'll leave it to a professional.
Oh, well.
And what if that doesn't work?
Yeah.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I think it's a pretty steep gorge that he's having to cross that bridge over. Anyway, so what are our time schedule for the next day or so? We already have plans for making some contacts.
Okay. Well, let me go around the table and find out if there's anything specific that people want to do the following day, because I know by the end of the following day, I know what reports you guys are going to get back. I will have one question for Adamant, which is either before you turn in or during the following day, following morning. I picture Adamant probably he's observant of the normal diurnal schedule of most humanoids and doesn't disrupt people in the middle of the night just because he's finished a long rest and thinks of something, unless it's like a real urgent, oh my god, the house is burning down.
Yeah, type of thing.
Okay, so either before you turn in or after dawn the next morning, are you going to use any sendings to try to communicate anything to people you guys have met at the academy, Manamo Academy?
Anything I would send to them would be too long.
Okay.
I did send another one to Lady Silverhand, though.
Another thing to Waterdeep. Okay. Okay. All right.
Was there a way of getting in touch with Muchi without needing a spell?
Not that he made you aware of.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well I could do a setting to Mochi. You know what? I'll
To
pop
have
off
him
one of those real
come
quick.
and help us.
And it's iron.
Yeah, if we could get a hold of Muchi, that he might be able to take a message back home for us or something.
Correct.
And have it delivered for us.
And, you know,
That kind of thing.
terms that you can understand. It's
All right. So you can work with Heather. You and Pete can work on a message that you might want to send to Mochi.
Okay.
Or because Mochi could certainly be perhaps an intermediary for people at the academy.
Okay.
And then you might want to, I'm sorry, Ken, I didn't mean to cut you off. You also might want to talk with the new queen and her consort to make sure that people wouldn't freak out if you guys invite Mochi to come to the palace.
Yeah, Adam is going to ask that real quick.
Yeah.
While we have him here.
Can we ask Mochi to come? Anyway, but you're going to ask, so.
Yeah. My lady.
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any issues with Mochi coming here?
the crystal wyvern.
Mochi. Do you mean the kami?
Yes.
Have you had dealings with Mochi before?
Yes, he is actually the one who helped us with the situation here.
Well,
Oh. Well, if he aided you, then yes, I will alert the guards. You can have him come to the courtyard of the palace, if that is convenient for him. And we will receive him as a guest. If he wishes to. The kami are mysterious under the best of circumstances. I do not know what they would...
Yes, they are.
yeah, if you were on like a server like that.
Thank you for letting me know.
Of course.
Okay, so while you're preparing that, let's flip over to Oyohusa. Ken, let's nobody interrupt you again.
Sorry.
Oh, so Oyohusa sets up a right position, and I think that perhaps I shall retire for the evening. And he gets up and he says, I will take my leave, your majesties. And he gracefully bows.
Okay. And both Kyodai and the princess, or the princess sort of nods where she is seated, and Kyodai gives you a little curtsy. And
would anybody like to walk back with me this evening? If not, I will.
And about this time, Enka kind of does the hip bump to Elora.
Elora wanted to go back to study her books anyway to see what type of spells she can do later on, see if she can practice with her water a little bit more. So she kind of shoves Enka back and then goes over to Oyo and saying, well, if you don't mind guiding me to my room, that would be fine.
He elegantly extends his hand towards you.
I'm kind of thinking.
She looks at it. She doesn't know what to do exactly.
And Elora and Enka.
And then she kind of wraps her arm around his, like a hook.
If anyone needs me, I will be in my room taking tea and meditation. But excuse me, I need some quiet.
But once you get down,
And he starts to walk off.
All right. And the queen and Kyodai, they watch you all leave, and then Kyodai turns and gives a little smile to Enka.
other things that we
As
Enka looks
the-
at her completely innocent, like, what?
And it's that smile that says, I see what's going on there.
those are a great way
Or at least she thinks she sees what's going on.
As we get closer to our rooms, I imagine like Oyo and Elora kind of been casually talking, or has it been a silent walk? Has it been like an awkward silent walk, or what?
She would be talking. Like, there's no reason not for her to.
nice.
Elora, I have something I wish to confess to you.
His eyebrows kind of perk up, kind of confused what he means.
I was quite surprised by your elegant demeanor this evening. You clean up nicely.
Laura kind of crosses her arm out and says, well, you don't think I clean up nicely on a normal occasion? Mean.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean that your dress is quite elegant.
She laughs and cuts him off. I know what you mean. I thought to change things up. So I decided to go fancy for the wedding and all because it was kind of rushed. So,
Did you pick out this particular dress and color arrangement yourself, or did you have help?
the dress, hair, everything I picked out, but Enka said that I needed more jewelry. As she kind of looks at her arms filled with these like rings and stuff. They're a little bit uncomfortable.
I think this color looks really good on you. And we reach your door, and Oyo kind of moves in a little bit closer to you. I'm glad that you're here. You are a good addition to our group. And I've enjoyed our time together. And I look forward to spending more time learning about your homeland and such.
Well, on another occasion, I'll tell you more. I was planning on doing it later, but it looks like you have your mind full of things.
Yes, indeed. I worry for the battle to come. I must prepare. It will be nothing like we have faced before.
Laura kind of scoffs. I think we all need to prepare just a little bit.
Just itty bitty butt.
As Laura reaches into her bag and pulls out her book, and it's like, it's a thick book, and says, yeah, I have a lot to go over.
Yes, indeed. I do not wish to keep you, and he smiles, lets go of you, and he says, good night, Elora. I hope you sleep well, but I'm going to go meditate now and take tea. And he walks towards his door, and for some reason he gets to his door and he starts to go in, but he does a stop and he looks back at her for just a moment and goes in his door and closes it.
Meanwhile, whenever he stopped by his door after he was opening it, looked back, Laura would just be standing there staring at her door, like hesitant to even open the door. As she hears the door click from Oyo's room, then she opens it and then kind of like backs away from the door, kind of looking like karate, like prepared to attack anything. And it looks around, tries to make sure that nothing's there, and then turns on the light. Goes and sits in the middle of the floor with her book and just flipping through it. With a little lamp next to her.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Well,
I'm looking for that, Pete. I'm looking for that name for you.
Okay.
Um,
In the
I'm
meantime,
burning through a lot of spell slots.
okay. So at that
Yeah.
time, then the rest of us that are still in the room with the rest of them, she kind of Enka looks over at Galibar and goes, "So, yeah, what are you thinking?"
I'm thinking, unless I get a way to do radiant damage, I'm going to be somewhat ineffective in that fight.
I think you'll do okay. I mean, I guess the way I look at it is we're gonna have to figure out some way of doing this as somewhat of a surprise. I guess as I've said before, this is kind of I mean, I don't know what some of the adventures you guys have been on, but this is a new thing for me. So, I'm just concerned that I'm not always going to be able to do everything that I possibly can. I mean, I don't know. Kind of a little nervous about this. So I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
But
All I ever do is hit things hard, and this enemy seems to be resistant to me hitting it hard. So
I guess the way that I'm looking at it is we know its weaknesses and we know its strengths. So the question then, where can we distract it? Where can we, have it chase us to, or bring it to an area where we suddenly have the upper hand, the advantage. I mean,
we don't know exactly how big his lair is.
would that be something that, I mean, would we want to see if somebody has been there or that can scry it, or?
So you mean the peak?
His lair is in the peak, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you guys start talking about a lair, they will. The princess will say, "Oh, well, as a guardian, he doesn't have a lair so much as a temple, and the temples that were created for the guardians were created many thousands of years ago, and they are largely untended shrines. So several of them have fallen into disrepair. It would not surprise me if the if his space on the peak looked something like a ruin at this point, as opposed to a home. The guardians they straddle this world from being material and being spirit. So they really don't need a lair as we would think of a creature like a bear or a wolf or something needing a lair or a den. It's more of a place that when the Guardians were venerated more as gods and there were active cults to them where they would be worshipped.
Like Gug.
There's probably but to answer your question, there's probably in the library some sort of map of the path to the lair and sort of a layout of what is known about it.
If we can find out what the exact dimensions of this thing is, it might not be too difficult to get him out of it and into the the actual snow.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we can't get him out of that and into the snow, it's going to be a much more difficult fight. I have this horn that could summon a small army, but I was kind of hoping to save it for the Hidetsugu encounter, since he might be the more difficult enemy, but I'm not too sure.
Tell me, does this army of warriors, do they fight with psychic or radiant damage?
Not that I know of. The item itself is rather new to me, but I bought it while we were at the college. It could only be used once every 7 days, though.
And the princess, she kind of raises her eyebrows and she nods. She says, "Oh, a powerful item indeed. Usually items that that require you to wait so long between uses are quite potent."
That is true. Well, I guess so. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure some things out, and I'm not quite sure how to voice some of my questions, but without seeming like an idiot or worse. This dragon, he is here now on this plane in the flesh. Yes? No?
And they look at each other and they say, "We know he is corrupted because we have seen the star fall. But we know, our sages know little more than that. To what extent this corruption has changed his abilities, his ability to move between the spirit realm and the material world, we don't know. Perhaps Mochi has more insight into that."
I guess what I was looking and thinking about is some of the old stories about the bardic tales and stuff, where you come across monsters that are very vain and arrogant in their old age, and sometimes just having the guise of what's the word I'm looking for? Having the guise of going and either worshiping or saying that you're a worshiper of this dragon and all he stands for, etc. Possibly going to his quote unquote temple where he is staying. I don't know what the feasibility, you always read these stories and hear stories about, ancient dragons and stuff, and how they, with the right words, begin to preen under the admiration of the masses or a particular individual. And have you ever heard of any of these stories?
As Enka is talking, Adamant, Enka, and Galibar can all make insight checks on your hosts.
If only I had advantage.
Yes. Adamant, you notice that as she's talking about creatures being deceived by false flattery and the guise of worship, you see that Coyote is looking extremely uncomfortable.
How's this? He kind of puts a hand on Enka's shoulder.
And then Enka stops fumbling over Risen. Yes?
Coyote, are you all right?
And she looks at you, and then she flushes a little bit with embarrassment. It's that strange thing that you've noticed where sometimes humanoids, especially pale-skinned humanoids, their cheeks will redden a little bit when they feel embarrassed about something. And she says, I have come to understand through the link that I have with Okagachi, my father, that it was that same sort of false flattery that allowed forgive me, my darling, that allowed my spouse's father to get so close that he could take something precious from my father.
I see.
I'm sorry to bring up memories like that. It's just, I was hoping we could perhaps find a way of getting some information, meanwhile minimizing the risk to ourselves with not knowing.
Well, the corruption throws everything into doubt. And you see, there's a great misunderstanding that the people of Kamigawa have, and this is Coyote, and she's now speaking kind of from almost like a lecturing tone, the way that a college professor might. My bride and I mentioned that initially the people of Kamigawa built temples to the guardians and venerated them as deities because they fundamentally misunderstood the role of the guardians. The Guardians are guardians of the land. They are not guardians of the inhabitants. As far as Ryuse's domain is concerned, he would not care if the ogres wiped out all the Aki, or the Aki wiped out all the ogres, as long as they did so without destroying the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
It would only be if they began to bring harm to the mountains with their conflict that he, in his role as the guardian of the mountains, would step forward. The same goes for the guardians of the forest and the plains and the islands and the swamps. So the guardians do not exist for the benefit of the people. They exist for the benefit of the land itself. This is why, once they understood that their supplications were going unheeded, the people gradually stopped venerating the guardians as deities, and the temples were allowed to fall into disrepair.
Ah. Now I understand.
Because they realized it did no good to supplicate.
Well, there goes that idea. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Of course, if you were a friend of the mountains and were going on behalf of the land itself, that might get an uncorrupted Ryusai's attention. But who knows what the corruption, what it would do.
Out of character completely. Do we know what as a druid, Elora, what type of ground she favors, or?
That would be a question to ask Ivy, and you can do that out of character or in character, or I am with each other. I don't,
Okay.
You can
I
do
can't
that however
remember
you
Doesn't
want
have
to.
a favorited ground or anything like that.
Okay.
Or are you talking about like my circle of spells? Because if that's land of the coast.
Yeah, I think she was getting at since druids have circles, and a lot of times those circles are circle of the forest or circle of the whatever. She's trying to see whether that would be any help in this particular case.
Yeah. So probably not.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So some discussion. Anything else for the
I kind of look at
monarchs in the evening?
Adamant and go, should we come up with some way of getting in touch with Muchi?
I already have.
Oh, that's right, you did. And he didn't answer you yet.
I have no third level slots in you.
Okay. Well, if not, then I will go. I will look at Gallibond and go, so what are you going to go do now?
You said Gallibond again.
Sorry, Galibar.
Well, until they find out which magic items they have here, there's not really much I can do, so I might just meditate for a bit and go to sleep.
Sounds like a plan.
Yep. I don't have many magic to prepare or anything, so.
Well, I suppose I should go check on Elora and go to bed myself.
Yes, I will go see to Oyo.
Yeah, and Adamant, I
saw.
Okay, I didn't mark one of those replies, but I marked the other one, so you obviously the other one is from Lady Silverhand.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will get up and bow gracefully to their Her Majesty and consort, and excuse myself as I head over to where my suite of rooms is, and then knock on Elora's door. Elora.
It's still open.
Oh, it is? You left the
Yeah.
door open? Okay. And you're sitting in the middle of the floor.
Mm-hmm. With a lamp right in front of her, with a book. Sitting on the floor.
Is the windows all still boarded up?
All the walls and stuff have flowers and vines and stuff like that, all like making herself like yeah, it's all boarded up.
Okay. So Enka will come in and look around and then look down at her and go, "Are you planning to sleep tonight?"
Laura kind of looks up at Lincoln and kind of confused. What time is it?
Not too late, but I did spend another, I don't know what, another hour or so at the little get together. Sorry. She goes, "Well, it's not really late yet, but I don't know. There's so much stuff kind of on hold at the moment. Not sure how much to plan for tomorrow, or if we want to even make any plans for tomorrow."
Well, I don't know what's in store for tomorrow, but if you want to look at spells with me, you could. If you want to get some sleep and do it in the morning, I understand too.
I could always sleep in. So
Laura kind of gives Zinka an eye and say, "Their boys, you think they're going to sleep in?"
Well, that's just on them. I don't worry too much about what they do. So
Laura kind of shrugs her shoulders and scooches aside and pulls a pillow off the bed and puts it beside her.
And then Enka will join her, and I guess they'll spend some time going through some stuff. And then, at some point in time, she'll probably just pass out.
Okay.
Adamant is gonna go knock on Oyo's door.
Okay. Let me just double check. Galibar, were you headed back to your room, or were you gonna do something else as well?
He was just going back to his room.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead, Adamant.
Adamant knocks on Oyo's door. Dud, 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 dud.
Yes, who is it?
It is me.
Oh, Adamant. I thought you might come. Come in, my friend.
He opens the door, steps inside, closes it.
You find Oyo on the floor with candles, and he's in a sitting cross-legged position in a relaxed meditative form.
Are you all right?
How do you mean, my friend?
You seem a bit scat. Can I help you? You seem a bit scattered.
Scattered.
Yes.
You mean mentally distracted, perhaps?
Yes. Mentally, yes.
Well, as you know, I have so much on my mind.
Mm.
I'm juggling so many things at once. It takes great discipline to maintain it all.
Well, if I might make a suggestion, focus on one thing at a time.
This is what my meditation sessions are for. I have been thinking.
Oh.
Yes, I have come to terms with. We might very well die in this upcoming fight. And I want to make sure that we are aware of that fact and prepared to do something about it if we need to.
Well, Oyo. My creator always told me every day is a good day to.
I do not fear death. I know it is a natural process of life. But one can be prepared to meet one's end. It's not the same as being afraid.
Is that all you've come to terms with?
Well, I've also been wondering, why have I been sent here? And Elora has not been much help.
She has other things on her mind.
No. Elora.
Oh, well. No, that's.
But now that you mention it, I was surprised this evening by Elora. She has come quite a long way since joining. She has been through much. But I saw a side of her tonight that I did not notice before. Perhaps I have been too distracted.
You've been distracted about her for.
I'm sorry, what?
You've been distracted about Elora for a while now.
I don't think so. I just mean that I did not notice that she was so lovely, feminine, and graceful, that's all.
Adam reaches out and pats him on the head.
She looked very lovely tonight in that dress. Enka and her both, actually.
But you're only staring at one of them.
It is true. Once this evening, I did find myself subconsciously distracted, but no matter. I don't think it was too much of a big deal.
Oyo, This is something you need to come to terms with before this fight. If you don't, you'll be too distracted to be able to handle this fight effectively.
Well, I have a confession to make. I'm not sure it was her exactly. I think perhaps I was just reminded of Zona back in Waterdeep. As you know, she is my ex. And she went missing when Waterdeep got attacked, and I have not heard from her since.
I don't know about that. It was not a reminiscing look.
Hmm?
Even I could see that, Oyo.
Feel what?
That it was not the look of reminiscent face. It was.
Oh, no, I admit, I was... What's the word? Pleasantly intrigued by how well Elora cleans herself up, I guess you could say. But I do not think that was what has been distracting me so greatly. I think it's just everything has been so compounded.
Oyo.
I mean, we're here in a strange land in which I am named for, but have no history of my family's lineage. So it is quite a mystery.
It's not the only mystery right now.
How do you mean?
Oyo. If I were really a dwarf, I'd help you upside the head and tell you to clear your mind of some webs. But if I do that, I'll leave a lump. So
that's what I'm trying to do, my friend.
No, you may clear them, but you put them right back in place.
Well, what should you just suggest?
You need to handle the most immediate situation first.
Right, which is where you say, and
no, we've got
finding out my family lineage, why I've been sent here to to Kamigawa.
Neither of those things are going to happen properly until you deal with Elora.
Oh, not this again. What do you mean? I don't think there is anything that I need to deal with.
And it just kind of droops his head. I think I am beginning to understand the frustration.
Whose frustration? Mine?
Enka.
Oh. Enka is a hopeless romantic.
I will pick you up and carry you to that. I have.
Is there anything else you wish to talk about besides this delusional?
You're doing yourself a disservice and you're doing her a bigger one. But I am going to go. I've used up many of my spells tonight, so I need to go rest.
Why do you think that? Why are you so obsessed with this?
I am not obsessed, but I don't like to see either of you suffer.
I'm suffering? I've told you what I've been so concerned with. You think it is more?
I do.
Yeah.
But in order for you to see it, they're going to have to hit you upside the head with a 2x4. So here's what I want you to do, Oil. No arguments. I want you to go ask plain and simple. What does she want? And he makes a little shooing motion. Go on.
All right. I will do it, but not until we have left Kamigawa. There's too many more important things to worry about.
I don't think that's going to be the best idea.
Why not?
Because from what I've seen, get off my keyboard. From what I've seen, it is distracting her more than you. It needs to be handled before we go into a fight for our lives.
I will meditate on such things, but I do not think it wise to go down that rabbit hole until we have successfully dealt with more serious matters. But I appreciate your counsel.
You are stubborn like most else. I am going to bed.
No, I am more tactical than you, Adamant, but
this is not a tactical situation. But I'm going to bed. Figuratively.
All right.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Good night, Adamant. Thank you for coming.
Good night. And Adamant is just going to go stand out.
Yeah, just kind of shakes his head as he's leaving. He's thinking, damn Warforges.
All right. So, it actually, you guys have timed this actually perfectly. As the curtain falls on this day, on this evening's activity, we are at the top of the hour. So it's a perfect time for us to take our break. We will, when we come back from the break, we will deal with the morning, the breakfast, and whatever information you guys can glean from having somebody else visit the palace. And then remind me at the end of the day, unless you all can do something to help speed it up, they will have some information of what they have found. The sages will have completed their inventory and come back with some information of what they have found that can help you. All right, so I'm going to put the music on for the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today. We're going to take a break for about 10 minutes, grab something to drink, something like that, stretch your legs, and then we will be back, and I'm going to mute myself. And some of the players may stay here to chat with you guys in the chat room. So talk to you all in a few minutes. Take care.
Bless Pete, you got to give me a little bit of leeway. Oyohusa has so much on his shoulders, man.
He put it there.
I was expecting you to be like, okay, just
Shame too much, you gonna miss the girl.
After Kamigawa and everything, get a little bit of breathing room, then think about it and deal with it,
Cat, if you come back over here on my keyboard, I swear to God.
Get your spray bottle.
He doesn't care about that. Our cats don't care about water. They're just like, oh, I'm gonna get snuggles. He comes over here on my keyboard, climbs up on me. He's been sitting here going from one shoulder, crawling up under my chin over to the other shoulder. I'm like, gotta hold my headset on with one hand, pushing it off.
Say a word until you kiss the girl.
How was it RP? Was that? I just wanted a little bit of breathing room, though. That's all I'm saying. Like, as far as like, you know,
yeah.
it's not so. You can't just be like, you can't just hammer it into Oyo that he's like, you know.
But that's the way Adamant is.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Oyo's too disciplined. He's too. Yeah, that's a good word. He's too disciplined for that.
That's just the way Adamant is.
Girl.
He's a forged cleric.
Okay.
Everything's a hammer for him.
The point of that was, okay, so Oyo has finally got the tiniest bit of glimpse. He's caught himself like caught off guard. he's barely starting to notice now.
He's getting there.
So that was the whole point of all that. So you can't push him too hard to just be blunt right into it, you know?
What kind of advice do you think Adamant was going to give?
Just think about it, meditate on it.
Has he really thought on anything that came out of it? He just kind of. Now look here, you're all horrible guardians, and you're not doing your job well. Look around. And the party wishes, man, I sure wish he had a cat. Get off my keyboard.
So what do we want to do when we get back from break? Just kind of get into this pretty quick and get on our way, right?
Well,
we need to see what magic weapons they have.
Right. That's what I mean.
And Mochi is going to be coming from hide the sweets. No, actually, don't hide the sweets. Yeah.
He might be able to teleport us right straight there.
Look. Why can't you go back up into your high spot? Huh? Why can't you go back up? No, not that high spot. Get off.
Like Mochi, since he was able to teleport us to this place, he might be able to just teleport us like right outside that temple.
Mm-mm. I have switched out a couple of spells.
I don't have shit. I can't stun this dragon. I'm not going to be able to do like anything. This fucker's got blind sense, so darkness won't even really help.
I switched out Banishment for Death Ward, and I switched out Shield of Faith for...
How about you, Ivy?
What?
How about you as far as spells? What are you thinking?
I still have to go through mine. I'm putting a list together.
You and Adamant should get Create, Destroy, Water, so you can create rain inside of his temple.
I've only got so many spells I could switch out, though. Oof. Don't give me a roundhouse. Don't knock over the rum.
Like, even whenever I do Tidal Wave, it only takes a drop of water. And that creates that whole distance full of water. It's there for, I think, a minute or so afterwards.
Yeah, but I think the key word is he has to be submerged. I can check the notes, but...
The DM said if you use Create, Destroy, Water to create rain, it would count.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Which is why I was saying take Create, Destroy, Water, and both of you could cast it to, like, fill a, 60-foot area with rain.
We could see if we can get a heroism scroll, too, or something. That would be awesome. Because I'm really worried about the fear. Maybe that's something that Enka, or like one of Enka could ask from the college spelled Kamigawa Hogwarts, or whatever the hell is Hogwarts, or whatever the fuck they're called again, the academy.
You want me to find a spell to... Are you okay?
One of our cats is insisting on finding alternative jungle. I started to yawn and he stuck his tail in my mouth.
Here, Dad. You wanted Enka to find what?
I think it would be wise for us to try to obtain, if we can, Gally might not let us, but we can try to find a scroll of heroism. I'm sorry, Hero's Feast.
Ah, okay.
Or someone to pay for the services, someone to cast it on us.
That's going to be an expensive spell, considering it takes like.
It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. I've got gold. I know Enka's got gold. Like we've got gold.
I spent most of mine on that freaking corn.
Also, before I forget, Enka, you should definitely. I thought you were going to do it during the 2 weeks we hadn't played, but did Gally say anything about you being able to switch your thing?
We talked, and I can't remember what the outcome was. I can't remember if it was yes, I can change it, or yes, I can change it when I do the specialty thing.
Okay.
Because I'm currently working out.
I was just checking with you.
Okay.
Change what? What is she wanting to change?
She was thinking about her like custom class thing. Or something like that, I think. I don't know.
Can't wait to get mine. It's gonna be so fun.
I get Indomitable in a 5th level spell.
Yeah, Hero's Feast would make us immune to fear. Give us like.
Yeah, that's a high level spell.
We'll be immune to poison, being frightened. Makes all our wisdom saving throws with advantage.
That's a 6th level spell. I'm nowhere near that.
We get to increase our hit points by 2d10. Wait, it says hit points maximum is increased by 2d10 and it gains the same number of hit points. Oh, okay.
It essentially means you don't have to take a long rest to actually gain those hit points back.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
That's what aid does.
we got to cast Dawn in the middle of the Underdark yesterday.
But if you're gonna fight dragons, you should definitely use that spell.
I can hit somebody with most of my stuff like that is concentration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we should get a scroll.
I think I'm probably the only one who can actually talk to the dragon unless somebody else has Draconic.
I don't think talking to him could help right now.
I'm pretty sure he can speak common.
He is probably just a smidge out of his guard. That's what if I'm picking up what's being put down.
If Adamant goes down in this fight, like, we can't purify him.
That's why we have the scrolls. Remember, I spent a bunch of money buying a couple of what did I buy? I gave them to you, Adamant. Did you put them on your list?
I'm looking.
I spent quite a bit of gold on. Resurrection or something like that.
Scroll of Raised Dead. It's the 5th level.
And I bought a couple of those.
I only have one.
No. Should have at least two or three.
I'll put 2. might not have just changed it when I put it on there.
We should probably give one of those to somebody else.
Yeah, we should give it to Elora.
I
Since
should
she's
Give
a
it to
cleric.
Enka.
I don't know if Enka can cast it.
I'm not a fucking cleric. Not yet, anyway.
But Raise Dead should be on the bard spell list.
Right.
Too, I'm sure.
Later on, maybe, but if you need to be a cleric, I can't do it.
All right.
Yeah, give it to Enka. Makes sense.
Back. So,
Show.
the rest of the evening passes. No snarks or grews break into the castle trying to eat anybody. And in the morning, you all are roused by the aroma of breakfast smells. And as you guys make your way in whatever order you come out of your rooms, as you make your way towards the central area of the palace, the dining hall, you see a lot of uniformed palace guards sort of rushing to and fro. They don't seem to be rushing like there's an emergency, but they seem to be rushing like they are on urgent orders to go do something. It's not like a panicked, oh my goodness, something's wrong. It's like, oh, I've got an important thing I need to do. So they are heading down, and when you get to a place where you can see outside, there is a large retinue of palace guards that is out there, sort of looking like they are just sort of very, very formally standing as though they would be standing to greet some kind of dignitary. And as you look up ahead, you can see that both Coyote and the Queen now are being escorted towards the doors that lead out to the courtyard over there.
Oh, well, that is where I head.
Okay. And when you get out to that courtyard, you see some familiar folk. You see your hosts, and you also see, whoa, wow, that's really small. You see your hosts, and you also see Mochi. And they are, Mochi is out there, and there's a group of palace guards that are sort of around a perimeter, looking like they are sort of welcoming a dignitary. And he looks aside, and then he sees the Queen, and he sees Coyote come out, and he sort of claps his hands, and he says, "Oh, this is wonderful. Thank you so much, Your Majesty, for a very nice reception. I was very pleased to learn that I would be welcome to the palace. It has been a long time since I have come to a Icon town." And then he looks and he sees you all and he says, "Oh, hello, friends." And the queen, she sort of bows and she gives him a formal welcome and then invites him to come and join the palace retinue or the dignitaries for breakfast. And he says, "Oh, I would be glad to." And they sort of lead the way inside, and then several people fall in like kind of an honor guard, not to, and it's more like just to make sure that nobody's going to try to do anything to Mochi because he's a kami. It's not to try to guard him from doing anything. It's more to protect him. Not that you would think anybody in the palace would try anything, but there's abundance of precaution here. And as they walk closer, and as he's about to go into the palace, he turns to Adamant and he waves you over to him.
Yes, Mochi.
He says, "Oh, did you ask them to put any sweets on the menu for breakfast this morning? I hope I will find out what sort of confections their chefs are making these days at Igon Town."
I believe they will have the
character. When we first mentioned Mochi to them, we did tell him that he liked sweets.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then that was the DM forgetting.
It's been 2 weeks. So.
Yeah. So they go in, and indeed you notice that there is a little bit of protein in the breakfast, and there's a little bit of savoriness in the breakfast, but there are all kinds of fresh fruits, berries. There are sort of sweet cakes. There's kind of these dishes that are made with a lot of sweet cream, and it's like type of pastries and things like that are glazed with honey and other sorts of sweets. And Mochi is just delighted to see all of this. And he says, oh, this is going to be so good. And he kind of, he doesn't dwell on a whole lot of ceremony, and it's like Coyote sort of looks a little bit embarrassed because he's a fellow kami, and he's just sort of reaching over and just picking things off of platters and popping them into his mouth and sort of chewing them and making these very pleased oh yes, very nice. And she's kind of, without literally putting her hands on her face, she's sort of doing like the figurative face palm sort of thing, like, oh gosh, it's cousin, it's that one cousin that constantly embarrasses everybody at family get-togethers.
Florida man came to Thanksgiving.
Yeah, something like that. So he just goes ahead and does that. But as the queen sees that, she just kind of gets a little smirk on her face, and then she just looks over at Galibar's plate, and she just reaches over and she grabs something off of your plate and pops it into her mouth.
Galibar looks. He looks at his plate, looks at her, looks at his plate again, looks at her, grumbles to himself, and just keeps eating. He doesn't have any sweets on his plate. It's just normal breakfast food.
Yeah, and she sort of giggles, and then that kind of breaks the tension there, and Coyote sort of relaxes a little bit, and so the breakfast continues. So now you have Mochi here, if there's anything you guys want to ask him during breakfast.
Galibar will he'll turn to Mochi. Since you were able to get us here, would you possibly be able to get us near where our next location is? The peak.
He says, I can take you near the peak. I cannot take you to the peak. The Guardians often put wards around their what do I want to call it? It's not their abode, but their
lair.
It's not exactly a lair because they don't really need a lair, but a lair is probably the closest word in humanoid speech to express what it means. It's sort of the place that they return to when they are in the material world, where they are the most comfortable.
Their vacation home.
A vacation home. A vacation home. That is possibly a good term, Galibar. Yes. So they often will put a ward around their vacation home that prevents teleportation by anyone except themselves. It does not prevent people from flying or walking, or in the case of an undersea vacation home, swimming to their location, but it would prevent teleportation to it. So I can take you near, maybe on the shoulder of the mountain, but not to the peak.
That would be a great deal of help to us. It would certainly cut down the amount of time it would take us to get there.
Oh, yes. I if it is time that is of the essence, I can assist you with that. If your concern is attacks during travel, well, I believe that a lot of the agitation you have experienced before was due to the unsettling of the Kami War. I suspect that most races in the material world are now trying to figure out what has happened. That the attacks have stopped. And that there is you all may not be able to sense it because you are not from this realm, but, and then he turns to the Queen and he says, Your Majesty, you sense the change that has been in place since yesterday morning, do you not? And she stops and she kind of thinks, and then a smile comes to her face and she says, Why, yes, that unexplainable feeling of dread, it's just sort of gone. And he nods He says, yes, that was Okagachi's anxiety about his missing offspring. Kidnapped. But now, his heart is filled with joy, just as Kyodai's heart is filled with joy. And all of the kami feel a sense of restfulness. And that must be what everyone in the material world is feeling. I had some of my friends among the Soratami came to me yesterday and asked me what it meant. I told them that I thought it meant that that which was taken had been restored. And, in a manner of speaking, I see that this is true.
I believe I'm not too worried about the bandits or anything, but I believe the quicker we move, the more we can take advantage of possibly any, in terms, chaos that the end of the war has caused to our enemies.
Very well. That is a wise strategy. And then he looks at the queen. He says, Your Majesty, do you have a battle master to plan your army's moves? Perhaps if not, you could see if Galibar would want the job.
Galibar chuckles and says, sadly, I cannot stay here longer than what our job requires. I do have to get home eventually.
And the queen, she looks at Mochi, and she says, I believe, sir, you have already met my master strategist. And she looks over, and of course the general is there, and she nods to him, and he acknowledges her with a little bow. And then Mochi looks over at him and says, "Oh, General, it is so good to see that you are restored to your rightful place." And he nods and says, "Thank you."
Excuse me, Mochi.
Yes. Enka it was, yes?
Yes. Do you happen to know where one might be able to acquire a spell? I believe it is called Magnificent Feast. Is that right? Yes.
Hero's Feast.
Hero's Feast. That's right.
Oh, Hero's Feast. Well, if they do not have it in the archives here at the palace, I am sure that they have it in the academy.
Yes, unfortunately, we're, short on time, and I don't know if traveling back to the academy to pick something like that up is feasible or not.
Well, I have some sway among the Soratami that run the academy. If there is anything that you would ask of them, you may let me know, and I can deliver a message for you.
I would greatly appreciate it if they do not have it here. That way we can. Sorry, I got distracted there. Simply that we're trying to give us the best chance the best fighting chance, should I say, in regards to surviving this. And I believe a hero's feast right before we go into battle would be, from the sounds of it, something that would do us all good.
Oh, yes, that probably would. You must be sure, of course, that the Hero's Feast has plenty of sweets to give you energy.
Of course. Of course. Do you know of any other way that that you would possibly either be able to advise us or help us plan or prepare for this encounter?
Oh, well, I am afraid that I have not studied much about the Guardians in particular. Can you be more specific? Is there anything in particular you are looking for?
She kind of looks around at the others, kind of like, help us out here. I guess it's just a matter of if there's a way perhaps of getting, if not me, maybe someone else back to the university so that we may be able to get a couple of extra spells perhaps, or spell scrolls, or something else that they may have stored away for raiding, so to speak.
Oh, certainly. When we are finished with breakfast, I can take one or several of you, or all of you, if you wish to go to the university. Or if you wish to give me a list of items or spells you are looking for, I can go and ask them for you.
See, that's unfortunately why I'm not quite sure, personally, me, what to ask for, so...
I can stay and look at what items they have here, and maybe you and Oyohusa, who might know, or maybe Adamant could go with you guys to the school.
Okay. That's a good idea. Divide and conquer, so to speak.
Split the party.
I'm not so good at
in two locations where we are sure not to be attacked.
Knock on wood.
I don't do so well with the research side of things. I might do more help. I might be able to help here with items.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is Galibar and Adamant at least would stay at the palace. Enka would potentially go to the academy, and then it was suggested, although it wasn't volunteered by Oyo, that Oyo might go. So then we'd have to figure out specifically what Oyo and Elora are doing, and then actually whether Enka would think she would be better served going back to the academy or staying here at the palace. She can kind of be a humanoid guide, whatever, at the university like she was last time. Although, of course, with Mochi there, at least all the Soratami will probably be falling all over themselves to do whatever he asks.
Okay.
So it just would be a matter of where Enka thinks she would be the most use, and then specifically what Elora and Oyo want to do, where they would prefer to be.
Okay.
Because then if nobody goes with Mochi, then it's you guys need to make a list and give it to him so he can go, and then see about bringing stuff back.
Perhaps maybe I'll stay with Galibar and Elora and Enka and Adamant if he wishes could go, since they are the practicers of magic the most in our group. They would know what is best. While me and Galibar search the royal armory here with the sages.
I'm a little more familiar with.
Yes, I think I will go and we'll drag Adamant and Elora. No? Yes? I'm so nervous about all of this.
and Mochi says, "Oh well, you are doing wonderfully. I think, Enka. You have navigated many worlds, and it is all
but
new."
It was always in a format of gathering tales and playing up to crowds and children or entertainment. It wasn't preparing for battle with a dragon.
Well, yes, that is a bit of a different.
The only battles of dragons were the imaginary kind that you told children about.
Oh, but just think of the tales you will have when you get to future worlds.
Oh, I understand. It's just there's a difference between telling a story and actually living the story.
I think it is so ironic that the bard gets to be part of the tale herself. And then he seems to almost in the same breath, he turns to the queen and he says, "Oh, Your Majesty, you must tell me, what do you call these little pastries and where do they come from?" And so then she starts to go into a spiel about, how they're baked, and it's one of the delicacies of the peasants, and all this kind of stuff. And he just seems to think that's wonderful. There's a big, huge platter of them, and he just is sort of chewing on them one after another as she's telling him the tale of where they come from. So he's sort of, okay, and I've talked with the heroes. Now on to the important bit.
Okay, so I guess we should go look at the armory or something.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so Galibar and Oyo are going to go to the armory. Enka is grabbing Adamant by hook or crook to go along to the academy. And Elora, I haven't heard whether Elora would like to be at the palace or go to the academy. I'd like to hear that.
What
from
I heard is that
Ivy.
she got voluntold to go with Kimchi. Mochi.
Okay.
Kimchi.
All right.
He might actually like that nickname.
But he likes sweets, not spicy.
Yeah.
But he can be spicy if someone gets in his way, probably.
Well, I don't want to
and he
volunteer
says,
whatever you're going to do. It was an idea.
Mochi I guess that's just Ivy talking. That's not Elora saying anything out loud. So, all right, never mind. I was going to say something funny on his behalf, but he wouldn't say it because he didn't hear that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and the reason I was coming to you, Ivy, is just to make sure that if you had a specific plan of something you wanted to do, you should go ahead and do that specific plan and not do something just because one of the other players said, well, it would help us if Elora did this or Elora did that.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at the academy first. So
Galibar
Enka,
will say before you guys leave, if
Okay.
there's a Sunblade or any more of these horns, see if you can get them.
A sunblade or horn. Okay.
Okay. They. So you guys all get together, and Mochi will gather up Enka and Adamant and do the teleportation thing. And you guys wind up in the admission hall of the academy, and it just about freaks out the students who are there, and the Soratami staff members. They just sort of all gasp, and a couple of them they just nearly fall down on the floor, put their foreheads on the ground, like they're bowing towards Mochi, and he just looks at you all and he laughs. He thinks that's hilarious. He says, "Get up, get up, get up." And then he tells them the errand and says, "You all should help these people find what they need." And then he points to you all, and you can tell the Soratami what you all are looking for. So we know one of them is that spell, Hero's Feast. What else did you guys have in mind that you think they might be able to help with here?
I'm gonna message you privately.
Okay.
In a second. Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else is asking?
The Gallibard mentioned the Sunblade and any more of the horns of Valhalla, if they have any more of them.
Oh, this is an academy. I don't think.
Yeah. This is.
This is where I got the horn.
Well. Dang.
I will explain to those that we are meeting with that we will be embarking on a very difficult mission and possibly battling a dragon and more. So I will give some specifics to some of my teachers if I'm able to meet with them about like resistances and some of the other stuff that we've learned, has advantage when he's with rocks and all that kind of stuff. So seeing if there's something that they have, maybe that they know about that they can offer, or
we need transmute stone to mud.
Transmute stone to mud. Okay.
I think that's just you could do that with like shape stone or something.
No, it used to be a separate spell.
Yeah, let me double check. I think it still is, but Chris has sort of encyclopedic knowledge of 5e
It's
minutia.
Touch an object.
Stone
Uh,
shape is a medium size or smaller of a section of stone no longer than 5 feet in any dimension.
Yeah, they've changed it to transmute, right? And that it transmutes rock to mud or transmutes mud to rock.
Yeah.
Move Earth can do that. Move Earth 40 feet on a side. You can choose an area or terrain no larger than 40 feet on a side. You can reshape dirt, sand, or clay. Wait, never mind. I misread that.
No.
Yeah, that's transmute. That's transmute rock. What you're reading, I think.
Move Earth. Yeah.
Okay, because literally word for word, what you're saying is exactly the same thing that's in the description of transmute rock. So.
Up to a 40-foot cube.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, but okay. The difference is, Chris. Actually, what they're looking for is they're looking to change it from rock to something else. Move Earth only. It doesn't change it from rock. It just reshapes rock. So that's not exactly what they're looking for. The transmute rock is more what they're looking for. Yeah, okay, so thick flowing mud that remains for the spell's duration. Okay, until dispelled. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Well, that's a
That's a scroll. That's a scroll from this Elora.
yeah. That would definitely be right, because she's the druid in the party.
Yep.
Druid spell. Okay. Transmute rock. Let's see. Okay, 5th level. Let me take a look at spell scroll. And then, yep, 5th level is rare. Good. Okay, Elora doesn't quite have 5th level spells yet, does she?
What? No.
Okay, so
She had to make a check.
yeah, and the check is 10 plus the spells level, so it'd be a DC 15 to cast it, and then the save for that spell is a DC 17. So that would be that's one of those things where there's going to be a DC to cast it and a DC to save against it by your target. All right. They will start to pepper you with questions and ask you for some more details on precisely what the intended purpose of this is for. Would you all tell them that you're?
Yeah.
Tell them what you're trying to. Okay. All right. Because they all have seen the star go out, and so they realize something is wrong. And when you tell them that you're trying to restore their guardian, they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, all right." They can come up with 2 scrolls of transmute rock.
Nice.
So you guys can do that. They don't have any more horns of Valhalla. However, they will take you to a laboratory in their arcane research wing, where there is a visiting Aki scholar that is that has been working on something, and he is very excited to show it to you. It is a magical item that he was intending for use at university parties, but it might actually serve a purpose in your particular instance. He calls it a slip and slide bag.
Okay.
Yeah, he calls it a slip and slide bag, and basically what it is it's a bladder that is filled with arcane reagents, and you toss it. Kind of like the range on it is about, or the short range is 30 feet, the long range is 60 feet. You toss it, and when it hits the ground, it will cover a 20 by 20 foot area of ground with an inch of solid ice.
Oh.
And, he says, well, yeah, the reason I was working on this is because they wanted to have some ice skating parties. And I figured, we just have 2 or 3 of these, and the ice will start to melt, of course, but you could keep a whole area like a big patio or something covered in ice for an hour or so, and everybody could skate on it. Ha! Isn't that great?
That could be useful.
Yes.
But if you're trying to keep something from standing on the rock, you can just put a layer of ice down. Now, like I said, it'll start to melt, but if it's cold enough to be snowing up there, it may melt a lot slower.
How thick will the ice be?
It's just an inch thick. It's not very thick.
Plenty to work with. How many did you say you have?
Well, I have 3 I could spare. And you guys can both make me an insight check.
Okay.
Both?
Oh,
all 3 of you can roll an insight check.
Apparently I double clicked, but damn. That second one would have hurt. Yay, Elora!
Okay. Elora. Yeah. You get the impression he's holding back. He says he has 3 he can spare, but you get a distinct impression that he's actually got more of these.
And when I connected the voice now to the guy who sent me that message, I don't remember what it's called, but not did I actually send a message or something?
Are you talking about somebody that sent you a sending spell?
Yeah.
Okay. Replying to that, you kind of have to do it in the same round. That's not
No.
something you can.
Like, can I connect the voices? Like, is this the same dude?
Oh, no. This is not the same dude.
Because he just had the familiar voice. So I'm like, huh? Wait, what? No.
Oh, wait.
But
Yeah.
Elora would turn to
all the goblins in my universe have a very similar voice. It's just because I'm not Matt Mercer. I don't have 1,000 voices. I've got like 3
I'm not saying
on
it's
a good
bad
day.
or anything. Elora will turn to him and then put her hands down on the table and look like menacingly in his eyes and say, 3? Really? Only 3? Do you know what we're fighting against?
And he kind of looks a little sheepish, and he says, well, I mean, we got a party coming up this weekend, and I got maybe like 8 of them total, but I was hoping to keep some of them for the and Mochi is just standing there, just sort of looking at him and not seeming to have any kind of expression on his face. But Adamant, your perception is such, you realize that Mochi is just sort of looking at this goblin or at this Aki and hasn't been blinking the whole time.
He's disappointed.
And so he's like, the Aki just like, Okay, I'll let you have. You can have up to 8.
4 should be plenty.
Much better.
But question, how do you make this?
Oh, well, if you got some time, I can show you. It takes a couple of days to make them, but you can make a whole batch at one time. I can make a batch of about 6 at one time. I made the first batch, and I tested a few of those, and they seemed to work all right. So I made a second batch. And that's why I have 8 of them now, because 4 of them I used in testing to make sure that they're consistent and everything. And so yeah, I'll start working on another batch probably later on today. I've got some work I need to finish up for one of my professors, but then I'll be working on that later this afternoon. I'll start working on it if you want to come back and I can show you the process.
Elora kind of smiles and says, how about a fair deal then? You give us the 8, and after we finish with our doings, we can come back and help you make some and have a giant party.
Oh, really? Yeah, that sounds cool. Yeah, and I can show you how to make them too.
Elora smiles and turns to Enka and them and saying, party?
Sounds good to me.
All right. So they've got those, and so Adamant, however many of those you think you could reasonably make use of. You could
take 6.
Okay, all right.
What were they called?
Slip and slide bags.
There we go. Bags of liquid nitrogen. We're good to go.
30, 60 range attack. Covers a 20-foot by 20-foot area with 1 inch of ice. Okay. All right. So that's sort of an alchemical thing that they have there. The other item that Galibar had asked about was a sunblade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And the same fellow that you were talking to, the same little Aki researcher. Let me go find his name for you here. His name is Pop Culture. Oh, where is it? There's this, and then there's this. His name is okay. Aki researcher. His name is Tagi. And so Tagi says, Sunblade, so radiant. You're looking for something with radiant damage? Well, I don't have anything here, but one of my colleagues back at Shikatano Keep, if you know the Duke over there, they were working on something that could help to add. It was a coating that they could put on a weapon that would temporarily add different types of damage to it. I don't know if they've gotten around to researching Radiant, but they were having some good luck with things like necrotic damage, and they had some things that would do force damage. And I think they even when I left, they were working on something that would do psychic damage. So
I can find out easily.
yeah, so check with them and see if that's something that they could help out with.
Yep. Give me one moment and I'll be able to, and I'll find out.
Okay. All right. So what else?
We did it. We were trying to find scrolls of Heroes Feast.
Yes. How many of those?
We would only need one.
Okay. Yeah. They can hook you up with a scroll of Heroes Feast.
Okay.
It lasts for 24 hours, I believe.
Yeah, so once we're situated, we just cast the spell and then we're super situated.
Yep.
And I sent a sending to you. Just got all those back.
Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I'm seeing something from Gooney, but not something from you.
Oh, that would be because I sent it to Oyo.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. And all right. I can't. Do. Okay. So he responds back to you.
Okay. And Adamant will say they've had no luck with Radiant yet, but they do have a piece that does psychic damage.
And he says, "Oh yeah, well if it's the same strength as what they were working on, it packs kind of a punch. I mean, it'll knock you into next week if it hits you. If it hits you good, because of course he doesn't know how to explain dice worth of damage.
Right. Well, then I guess our next stop is to go see the Aki.
Okay. So, anything else you want from here before you do that?
He's going to give the scrolls of transmute rock to Elora.
Okay.
Are better in your hands.
Okay. And for now, you've got the slip and slide bags.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then while you guys are getting ready to teleport to the Aki stronghold, we will go back to the palace. And Oyohusa and Galibar, you are led to the basically the vaults, where you can go through with some of the sages and look to see what they have. And when you get down there, you discover that they have they have two. They have several weapons that deal radiant and or psychic damage, and you notice that they have two small quivers that are filled with arrows. And so they will say, does anyone in your group use a bow?
Can you use a short bow, Oyo?
It doesn't have to be a short bow, but yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, good. We have this set of arrows, and you can see there's 10 arrows in a small quiver. This set of arrows are called mind darts. If you shoot a target with one of these arrows, in addition to dealing the normal piercing damage, it will also deal a fair amount of psychic damage. And it is something that actually was picked up by a long ago Planeswalker. The records say that they had traveled to some place where there were these strange humanoid monsters that had these very odd-looking eyes and pale skin and what looked like 4 little tentacles hanging down in front of their mouth. And they apparently had all kinds of weapons that would deal damage to the minds of their opponents. And they seemed to favor swords, but these were some arrows that were recovered after a battle with those creatures, and they've determined that they will deal psychic damage.
Is there a check we can make to determine what those were?
Yeah, you certainly can. That would be probably a nature check, because they're giving you a description of the creature, and it's like whether you recognize what that was. Galibar, the character, doesn't have any clue.
What about Oyo?
Oyo could make a nature check if he wants to.
Okay. And it's just one quiver? I thought you said there was 2.
Well, that's one. So go ahead, but
nature
we're now.
check. Got it. Boom. Not the best.
Yeah, but good enough. From what the way they're describing it, the only thing that you can think of that has like real sort of pale skin and tentacles hanging down in front of its mouth is a mind flayer or an illithid.
Nice.
So yeah, as you think about it, you think, yeah, they tend to use a lot of psychic. At least from the stories you've heard, they have a lot of weapons that deal psychic damage. All right, and then the other one is they call them arrows of disruption, and basically they had there were some clergy who had learned how to make maces that would deal radiant damage when you hit creatures with it, and they then turned those maces over. They turned one of those maces over to the wizards, the arcane researchers, and they started to figure out how you could put that same kind of radiant damage into other weapons. So basically, it'll deal a jolt of radiant damage, similar to what a Mace of Disruption would deal. But there's 2 differences. One is it doesn't matter what the creature type is. It'll deal that to anything. And then it doesn't deal extra damage based on how healthy or how hurt the creature is.
Okay.
So it's a little bit different than the way a Mace of Disruption works.
So it does 2d6 extra radiant damage.
Yeah. And as they explain everything to you, you get the impression that the mind darts, as they call the arrows, I'm going to put these names in here. So mind darts, arrows that deal psychic damage, and you get the sense that they deal about the same amount of damage, so 2d6 along with normal. Okay, magical. Okay, and then the arrows of disruption. Magical arrows that deal 2d6. Idiot.
How many arrows are there of those?
There's 10 of each. Okay.
Okay. And what are the damages?
Oh, damn it. I'm doing the same thing that Pete did. Okay, let me go copy this. I thought I was putting it in the channel for the group. So, no, let me go over here. And then I'll go over here. And then I'll put it back in here. All right. So there we go. So there's 10 of each kind of arrow.
Okay. Anything else besides arrows?
That they have they say that they'll tell you that the same planeswalker that brought those mind darts also found a whip from those same strange creatures, and they will and that it does psychic damage as well.
Mm-hmm. Is there a bow to go with these arrows, or just the arrows?
Just the arrows. I mean,
Okay.
it's magical arrows. You can fire them from any bow that you have. And if you want like a what kind of bow does Oyohusa have currently? Or does he have a bow?
When I was in reactor.
He has a short bow. He'd prefer to have a long bow. But...
Oh, they can give you a it's not going to be a magical longbow, but they can give you a regular longbow.
Okay.
And they'll just throw that in. They will ask that if you wind up not using all of those arrows, they will ask that you return any of them that you don't use. But they don't mind you guys using them. And of course, if the battle lasts long enough and you wind up having to use all of them, then you have to use all of them.
Right.
They're not going to make you pay for any of them that they don't have. But it's those things that it's like, oh, one day it would be really cool to analyze this and see if we can make more. But it's kind of been sitting here collecting dust, and they haven't gotten around to trying to make more of them. So if they can get a couple of them back, that they could then work on making more of them, that would be great. Does anybody think a whip would be of any use in a fight against a dragon?
Yeah, but not from me.
Elora's been wanting one.
I can't handle one. I
Yeah,
don't
not
have the
yet.
expertise or whatever it is.
Okay.
I know how
Yeah.
to, but I'm not afraid. No dex.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Apparently they have they know what it did when the creatures they were fighting used it, but they haven't gotten around to actually testing it, and so they don't know the thing. I'm just going to give this to you because I'm not going to make you waste time looking at an object that's not going to do you any good. What they had captured is they had captured a mind lash, which is a rare whip, but it requires attunement by a mind flayer in order to deal the psychic damage. In the hands of a creature other than a mind flayer, the mind lash functions as a normal whip. So all it just literally does podunk damage that a whip does. It's like, really? That's a rare item, and it requires being a mind flayer to actually.
Yeah, it's a mind sword too.
Yeah, it's like. But they know that the arrows will work. Oh, all right. So we've got a few items there now. Anything else you guys are looking for there? Because quite frankly, a lot of the cool stuff that deals psychic and radiant damage is above your guys' pay grade.
So they don't have a sunblade or anything.
Yeah. Wishful thinking.
Oh, yeah, actually, they do have a sunblade.
Okay, cool.
And they'll let you borrow it, but they'll ask for it back.
Okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
As he goes off to fangirl.
I did not know that a sunblade was a finesse versatile weapon.
Mm-hmm. It's a lightsaber, man.
Yeah.
Read the description. It is a lightsaber.
Which of us can use it?
Anybody who is able to use a short sword or a long sword.
Yeah.
As long as you have one of those two proficiencies, use it.
Yeah. If a short sword or a long sword is a monk weapon.
Short sword.
Or yeah, which I think it is.
It just says properties finesse versatile, so I thought you had to have one of those to be able to use it, but maybe not.
Finesse means that you can apply your dex versus your
Right.
strength, and versatile is, I think, one-handed versus two-handed.
Right.
Bows are always dex.
We were talking about the Sunblade while you were away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a long
Yeah, you
sword.
missed that.
Well, you can use it if you're proficient with the sword too.
Well, that's
Yeah.
cool. Some monks can even use that. That's cool.
Yeah.
I was thinking if they could get the psychic stuff you can put on a weapon, I could give the Sunblade to Adamant, and he could.
That's true.
Or you could give it to Oyo.
I'm gonna try to stay at range. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, he's the only person in the party that could probably effectively use a bow, and we've got all those arrows.
True.
All right, so that's all we find.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. That's pretty good. We'll take it.
Yeah. So, all right. So you guys rendezvous. Oh, no. We are still waiting to go to the Aki.
Yes.
The Aki stronghold. All right. So you get over there, and the Duke. You guys talk to the Duke, and they're sort of fascinated to meet Mochi. Mochi, of course. Huh? Oh, Aki word.
I said it's awkward. Never mind.
I caught it.
Moving on.
Yes. Okay. Did you guys? All right. So how many more hit dice am I going to add to this dragon before you guys fight him?
Funny.
All right. So, the Duke will take you guys to the research laboratory, and they will show you this. I've got to go back and look at the thing. What was it that I sent to?
The
paste. Yes, the arcane paste. And it's it's kind of a. Have you ever seen those little? Well, it'd be kind of like the medieval equivalent of like a little cold cream jar.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have one of those, and they pull the top off, and I guess you guys tell them you're specifically looking for the psychic. Yeah. They show it to you, and it's kind of this. It looks kind of like blue frosting. Sort of like a frosting like you might have buttercream icing for a cake or something. And so he says, now if you take this will coat one medium-sized or large-sized weapon. It can be a piercing weapon, a bludgeoning weapon, or a slashing weapon. And it will infuse that weapon with the ability to deal additional psychic damage on every strike for up to 10 minutes.
Oh, cool. I know exactly who this is going to.
And so it basically will add. So this is called the I'm gonna call it the Aki Psychic Paste. coats one medium or large weapon. Any weapon damage type. Will add that many or that much psychic damage on every successful hit for 10 minutes.
Oh, that is all Galibar.
That was
Yeah.
exactly what Adamant.
And Galibar, because it is a die worth of damage, then it gets doubled on criticals. Just like every other damage dice does.
How many uses does that have?
The little jar is good for one weapon, so it's one use. It's basically a one-shot magic item.
But it lasts for 10 minutes. No fight lasts.
Yeah.
Fight lasts for 10 minutes. We're probably going to lose.
Yeah. A fight can take the entire session, but in game time, it's any fight that goes for more than 5 or 6 rounds is probably a fight that both sides really wish they didn't get into.
Yeah.
Yeah, a single minute is 10 rounds of combat.
Yeah.
Duke.
Yes.
You can expect a message from Lady soon.
Oh, Lady Silverhand?
Indeed.
That's from Waterdeep, where you guys are from, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. That's cool. What is she going to send us a message about?
Well, she's going to send you a message about sending you for your machines and setting up some trade relations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, once we get the machines, if you guys have if they have some engineers they can send to help work on the machines, that'd be great. And then once we get the machines up and running, I'm sure we may be able to create some stuff that they'd be interested in. We'd love to enter some negotiations for potential trade.
Adamant just kind of nods. I think they've got you covered.
Oh, good, wonderful. And you see that a couple of the Aki are over talking to Mochi, and Mochi is sort of rubbing his belly, and so they're a messenger, or one of them comes over to the Duke and whispers something into the Duke's ear, and the Duke says, yeah, sure, take him to the kitchens, let him have some of that dessert that we had last night. That's pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, you're never going to get rid of it.
And he says, did we just spend 20 years for nothing? Do all of the kami have a sweet tooth like that? I mean, could we have put out a plate of cookies and maybe not had to deal with this whole war? Yes, you guys.
I don't think it would have worked on just easy, but he was instrumental in ending the war. So.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, that's weird.
He ate all the princesses as well. disturbing.
Oh. Well, it's good he has spirit teeth then.
Don't worry, we're leaving soon. It will be lots of you. But he'll probably come back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just make sure that the kitchen always has something ready in case he drops in.
Just to warn you, he holds up the tin. This is going to be used rather quickly. We're going to. You might see a bit of a ruckus in the soon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
We are going to be dealing with Oyohusa next.
Oh, you think you guys are going to be able to get the star back in place?
That is our goal. We're gathering tools to aid in that.
Yeah. Well, good luck. That's a tall order to go up against the Guardians. I'm kind of glad that we're not too close to the peak.
Well, if it gets too bad, I will send you a message to evacuate.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. I mean, that's like, you look on the map, that's all the way on the other end of the mountain range. So,
yes, but you can travel through stone. So,
oh, travel through stone. Now that would be a neat trick. I wonder if maybe once the machines get ready, if we can figure out how to do that.
Perhaps the people that they will send to help could explain how the magic works in our world. Because there's a spell that lets you do that in our old world.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool. I mean, we know about changing rock to mud, mud to rock, using spells to carve out a tunnel in the rock, but not actually teleporting through the rock. That would be a cool trick. Be really great at parties.
One day, our Elora here will be able to travel through the trees.
Oh, travel through the trees.
He pats Elora on the head.
Wait, I'm confused now.
It's a druid spell.
So it's me, Enka, and Adamant all together? And
yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No, yeah. Elora kind of like gets her head pat and smiles a bit. And she knows it's kind of a compliment from Adamant. And she looks tall and proud and say, "Yep, who says I can't already? Shh. Our secret. Come on, Adamant."
Well, if you can yet or not. I'm not intimately knowledgeable with the spell. I just know that the druids can do it.
Druids can do this. Druids can do that.
I didn't say all druids. My master knew a dwarven druid who would do it. Anyway, we have to get going. Thank you for this paste. It will be very useful.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Hope it'll be helpful.
I'll make sure to tell you the results. If we're successful, I will write down.
All right.
Go retrieve Mochi.
Okay, yeah. You guys find Mochi in the kitchen, and he's having tea with the chef, and the chef apparently asked him about the different kinds of sugar that he knows about, and Mochi is telling him about some plane that Tamio had visited one time and had brought him a confection that was made with sugar that was crystallized from the dust that comes off of wings of fey creatures in that particular plane. And he says that was the most delicate tasting sugar that he has ever had. And the goblin is kind of like trying to figure out how you would collect that in the first place, and how you would get enough to turn that into something useful.
Mochi.
Oh, yes?
It is time to head back.
Oh, so soon? So soon? Oh, friend. Chef. Chef Usha. I will have to come back at some point. These ambassadors, they are always rushing about. They never take time to stop and enjoy a good meal.
We're not Russian. We're not Russian. We're Waterdeep. Let's go. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
All right. So, chat, I need another legendary ability for this dragon. All right. So you
advantage
guys
against Warforged.
advantage against Warforged.
Or just their fire ignores resistance to fire.
Oh, there you go.
Yikes!
Yeah, that would be bad for a lot of people in the party. Okay, so he will be ready to go and take you guys back to Igon Town. And now the two groups of the party can all get together. And I think you have retrieved some items that will help you offensively. And then you may or may not have already discussed or have ideas on
defensive measures.
Defensive mitigation, because it is dragon breath after all, and that usually, especially with something that's probably at least as powerful as an adult dragon, that's usually a fairly large area.
Yeah.
So
Galibar has resistance to both fire and necrotic,
sure.
so he's good.
Yeah.
And advantage on those dexterity saves.
Yeah, that's the way, which is good.
Yep.
And then I know several people are going to be working at range. I don't know who else is going to be up close in melee.
It's going to be me or up close in melee.
Okay, all right. So Adamant has a really tough armor class. Has resistance to fire. Do you have anything you can do about the necrotic?
No.
Okay. Then that might be something to investigate. See whether either anybody in the party has something that can help out with that, or Um,
I have protection from energy, but it doesn't go towards necrotic.
okay. Okay.
Kind of sucks. But
Okay. So then maybe there's some other way you can figure out to something else you can figure out to do that might help with that.
I'm
So
drawing a blank.
that might be. Ooh.
I do have advantage on saving.
Well, I've got, bardic inspiration I can throw around to people, but that's not going to be the end all to beat all.
Well, I've got it through the shield.
So we're all back together now? Are we rendezvoused?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
So
What did you find?
No. Elora's puking.
What?
No, poor girl has teleported 3 times.
Because she forgot to chew. She forgot to chew on the ginger.
Drew.
All right.
Yo.
Ginger root.
Gallibond.
She's still there, kind of.
He is going to.
Ivy, have you used your inspiration?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, if you don't have it, give yourself inspiration.
Oh, yeah. Yay, puking.
I found some things that I'm going to use. I've got this psychic paste, and you just lather it on your weapon for the fight, and when you hit the dragon, it's going to affect his mind.
So I'll look at Willow Roar and says, "You don't mind me putting that stuff on you for the fight, do you?"
This is what will this do? It will deal psychic damage.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, it will not deal psychic damage to me, will it?
I do not believe so. No.
Well, then in that case, yes, that's fine. That's fine. Just make sure you, after the battle, that you buff all of it off. I don't want anything drying on there that would leave an unsightly spot.
Of course. And Galibar will, I guess he'll take the jar from you, and he'll say, "Well, if I'm going to give this," Galibar will pull out the sunblade hilt from his belt and say, I guess you can use this."
Adamant. Did we lose Pete?
Beep, 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 beep.
We may have lost Pete.
Oh, my cat turned off my computer.
Oh.
I'm on my phone at the moment. I gotta wait for it to finish shutting down before I can turn it back on.
You gotta
goodness.
lock those little tricksters up. Tell you what.
Well,
That's
Galibar
not things I feel that.
handed you the sunblade.
Ah, I'll put this to good use. I will also give you 3 of these bags.
What do they do?
You throw them on the ground and it'll make a 20-foot diameter swatch of ice.
They call them slip and slides.
So I got 3.
We
Yes,
got
I'll give you 3 and I'll keep 3.
That's a good name for it. I like it. I found some magical arrows. I guess I'll use those. Although I am limited to using a short bow, unfortunately, so my range is.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't do
They
very well apparently with arrows. with
okay. Hang
arrow.
on a second. Oyo, Did you discover something about the monk that you cannot use a longbow because they'll make a longbow available for you if
You can't
need
use
one.
longbows as a monk, and
okay.
because of my race that I chose, I had to give up the elf weapon training.
Okay. All right. So
one of the monk optional abilities does give you. You can
well,
pick
but
a
if he didn't take that, then that doesn't do him any good.
So, but as I was saying, I don't have the range that I wish I could, but it is a good range. I can.
How many arrows do you have?
I have 20, and then I have about 20 magical arrows in my bag, but there's nothing really that special about them. They're just magical piercing damage.
Oh, okay.
All right. So as it stands now, the party has some offensive weapons they think will help. They'll need to strategize a little bit about things that can help defensively. During the week, Adamant, I think you're the person who's kind of at the most vulnerability with that breath because Galibar has the resistances and the advantage on the saving throws. So if you
the saving throws as well through my shield.
Okay.
Against the breath weapon specifically.
Okay.
And he'll have advantage. He'll be immune to fear and advantage to wisdom saves, so that'd be good.
Yeah. So you guys, if there's anything you can think of, you can try to drop me a note during the week, and we'll see if it's something that they have that you guys can borrow from one of these locations. And then we will start next week by verifying if and when you guys are ready, or if there's any more that you want to do here at the palace before you
go to our death.
Yeah, before you march off to try to save Guardian of the plane. Yes. Everybody dogpile him.
All right, we're gonna let him swallow Adamant, and then deal with damage from the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I agree with this plan.
That's not gonna.
Yeah.
I no longer have banish. I learned. I have other spells now, so if he follows me, I'm stuck. Please don't.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, that sounds like a pretty good place to go ahead and wrap up. We're almost at time. So, good session of taking some time to figure out some ways that you could potentially try to be a little bit more effective in this fight and strategically take advantage of some of the properties that this dragon has. See, that's what I like. I enjoy putting you guys up against things that force you to think about your tactics and what you have, and not just go charging in the frontal assault. And so we'll see what your preparations do for you. All right, chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. I really appreciate everyone who joined us for the session. Before we go, I will as usual, check with the players. Is there anything coming up during the week before next Sunday that you would like the folks in chat to know about?
Ty?
Well, we've got Easter next Sunday.
That is true. Easter Sunday is next Sunday. So,
are we doing anything Sunday?
Pardon?
Are we doing anything on Easter hunt?
Oh,
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I'm traveling, but I'm hoping to be back by Saturday night.
okay.
So,
All right.
I mean, but I don't have a guarantee.
Yeah, and if you have Discord on your phone, if you know that you're not going to make it, just drop me a message and let me know.
Okay.
In the Discord, I think Chris said he was going to be around, and if anybody else realizes something comes up, let us know. Probably, since we're probably going into a fight against this relative boss monster, we'll want to make sure everybody is available. So if people are not available, we might have a session, but then we might find a way of putting that fight off.
Okay.
I don't have any plans per se, so
Me neither.
Yeah,
I should be here, I think. And if not, I will make it anyway. I'll just get on down in Texas for a few hours.
Okay.
All
All right. And then on this channel, tomorrow night, we are going to be doing part 3 of our series, Monster Monday series on goblins. And we're going to be looking at the structure of goblin society and goblinoid religions. There's lots of very interesting deities. This is all part of this series where it's leading up to how you can have goblins be your antagonist for the entire progression of your campaign. Have that kind of be themed around you're fighting some kind of like goblin civilization or goblinoid civilization. Then on Thursday night at 8 o'clock, we will be here. Ken will be back along with several other players for the Sword Coast Chronicles, where they're trying to navigate their way around Barovia. And then Saturday night, we will continue our discussion of what kind of game the Saturday night players want to do next. Last night, we narrowed it down to a 2nd edition game and 3 different settings. But we want to get input from all the players and, sort of fine tune which of those settings we want to be in. So that will be a game that will be coming. I don't know how much fun it is to actually listen to people plan what the next D&D group is, or next D&D game is going to be. But if you're into that sort of thing, you can join us Saturday night at 7:30. And then next Sunday at 2, we will be back for Walker of Waterdeep once again. I am going to go ahead and put us on the slate here. And then I'm going to look over at Game Rebel and see if I can find out what other people are doing this evening. Other people on the Game Rebel team.
From what I understand, is we've reached a point in the RPG where it says, if there's anything left that you need to do it now, because once you proceed, you cannot go back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's more of a case of you guys are probably looking at something that you want to have everybody there for.
Yeah.
And if people are going to be missing, it probably would be not necessarily advantageous. Let's see, what are we doing?
together.
Well, I'm gonna let you go, guys, because my cats are going, food me, monkey, now! Food me!
Before you go, look in your DMs. Yes.
Okay. I will get back with you on that a little bit later. I saw them earlier.
No, can you open that? Can you see it?
Let me see.
This is all I'm asking for that one. So I'm gonna send you another link with everything.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and raid Casper's, who is playing RuneScape, and so tell her that we said hello, and we will talk to you guys later. Take care, stream.
Bye.
I guess.
Bye.
Alright, I got told.
Alright, I will talk to you guys later. The restaurant is calling my name.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
10 minutes.
See you guys next week.
All right.